Good morning, everyone. I don't know if anyone's here yet, but we left off yesterday after Lally was done with his direct of Lieutenant Gallagher. So now we are going into, looks like Yanevi is going to be doing the cross of Gallagher. So here we go.
Not go to Fairview Road on February 4th, 2022. Correct?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, no, Alan Jackson's doing the cross. Sorry.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Hi, Maylan. Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2023.
I'm going to speed it up. If
When I
it
was
ever
interviewed
gets
by-
too fast,
I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, trial prep. I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lally.
And there was also a state trooper there,
There was,
Lieutenant Tully?
correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene,
No, sir.
which would include the bloodstains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Butnik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well.
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes,
When did you write that report?
possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No.
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
No, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th?
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene,
That's correct.
especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
I showed him. Yes,
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
that's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct. Yes.
So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his
I'm going
arms
to
or
slow
his
it
hands
down
were.
just a
That's-
tiny bit because to me it's already Alan Jackson talks a little faster than Lally, so hold on.
Correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as
Good
fact.
morning, Dodo.
Fair enough. For purposes of my question, you don't want to take my word for it, but
Well, I'm glad I
for purposes
can
of this
keep you
question,
company
assuming
while
that
you're
he's over 6 feet
cleaning.
Tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Surely.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of the drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you engage or did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware of what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from another known item and have an exact cross point of where
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that though.
Yes.
I mean, you get trained on how to do that.
Yes.
But you didn't employ that technique here.
No.
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was. Yes.
Okay. You just used the word guess.
Yes.
Right? But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard. correct?
Wow.
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Saraf, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. He could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
Yes.
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
That's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
Before responding to 34th Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time,
That is correct.
which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, someone by the name of Tom Keller, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Keller?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
Okay. But you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some similar way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area?
Correct.
So those are
I
lots.
see you, Dodo.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police. Sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So say the state police are setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Correct.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I said that yesterday
exactly
about
did
his
you
mouth.
do
Why is he
in
always
Bible?
clenching his
Exactly
lips
did you do to
together?
Actually preserve the entire.
Making like he's almost
Sure, I
like
can
forcing a
tell you
frown
that I
with
had
his
Sergeant
lips
Good move all the cars so I
together
could
like
photograph
that.
the scene, documented by
It was
photo evidence.
irritating me yesterday.
I told Detective Sergeant Lake, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lang had an ongoing and a long-time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all. Sergeant Lake, no issue at all.
Not in your mind.
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lang had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
Can
What?
you see you at sidebar, please?
What the hell is it? Objection for
Lieutenant, just
what?
before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back, I'm bouncing around a little bit, I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned the tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody,
Exactly. I
civilian
said
side
that
and/or
yesterday.
officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene, and Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No.
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
That's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
when some of the officers arrived.
So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned a tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this was about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report
Yes.
about your interview?
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Get that and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Okay. I didn't have,
Read it to yourself.
yes. Okay.
You read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully?
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
Does that refresh your recollection of this one?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see, I didn't read any other part of the document.
Wow, he is shady as fuck.
You indicated, still staying on at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house,
From the
correct?
scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house and the scene was to the far left.
Hey, Annie.
On the property line was
Morning.
number 32.
It gets
So
worse.
I
Oh,
didn't see
great.
any footprints. The only other footprints
Doesn't
I saw was
surprise
where
me,
the
though.
officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct.
and putting up crime scene tape.
Correct.
All right, and if somebody.
Well, I'm
has-
glad we can keep you company, Annie. Don't
I
work too
recall.
hard.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow is actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes,
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
that is correct.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection. of
While you
blood.
guys are here,
You found what you thought was.
hold on, I'm gonna
blood
pause this
initially,
for a
right?
second. Hey Cheryl, good morning. Thank you for being here. I am never gonna be a good grifter. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Oh, good morning, Katie. Thank you guys all for coming. I'm so excited. I'm never going to be a good grifter. And I'm only mentioning this honestly because when I was doing setting up my StreamYard today, it gave me a big, huge alert that because I'm on the free version of StreamYard right now, I can only stream 2 more hours and 56 minutes. Hold on one second. I'm trying to pull something up for you guys. Bear with me a second. My computer is not behaving. Oh, there we go. Hold on one more second. Okay, so I'm sharing this so you guys see. I got an alert when I set up my live for today that I am down to 2 hours and 54 minutes left of live streaming until March 21st. So apparently you get only so many hours per month on the free version of StreamYard. So here we are. We're only, 10 witnesses in the prosecution case. That's why I wanted to do this every day to get through this trial. Now StreamYard costs $44 a month. If there's anyone watching that can help me with this cost, I do have PayPal and Chime. I have them listed in my description. I hate asking. Like I said, I'm never going to be a good grifter. I am never going to, I am embarrassed even doing this. But if there's anybody out there that can help me out, I have PayPal and Chime. I would totally appreciate it. Bear with me a second. Just so you guys can see. This is what it costs, $44 a month. Hi, Barb. Thank you guys for coming. I'm so excited. So anyways, let me get that out of the way. If anyone can help, it would be more than appreciated. If not, I have to wait until, because I think some of you guys were here earlier in the week when I told you I was having a bad day. When Baker did all that, he made my day because I was having issues. The stupid phone company took money out of my account that they shouldn't have. I'm waiting for that money to get back into my account, and I don't know when that's going to be. They said 7 to 14 days, of course. So, is Chime similar to Venmo? Yes. Well, Chime is more like a bank account than it is Venmo. I tried to open a Cash App account, and I didn't even have it open for like 5 minutes, and I got it got rejected for violating terms of service, which is weird. I have no idea why. And when I asked them why, they couldn't give me a reason. And so I'm wondering if I made an account years ago and just never used it and tried to open another one. So I don't know what to do with that. I am appealing it. I just haven't, I did this weeks ago with the Cash App, and I haven't checked into it. So I'm going to have to. Now with Chime and with PayPal, if anyone is interested, I have the PayPal and the Chime. My Chime is like Cash App. It has a $sign and it's Miss Scarlett's Mind. It's in my description. My PayPal link is in the description too. And you can send me through PayPal, through Venmo, I believe, but I don't know. I am not a Venmo user. I have to set this stuff up. I really do. I tried to do the Cash App. Like I said, it got messed up. So I got to look into Venmo. I know PayPal owns Venmo, so I assumed that you could do that. I'm not 100%, but I know that with my Chime, you can send me you don't need a Chime account to send it to me. I just need to send you a link. So if anyone is interested, my email, I'm going to put my email in the description. If anyone's interested, they can send me anything, anyway, with any sort of account if I send you a link from my Chime as well. And if you email me, I can send you a link. So oh yeah, Katie D is my Michigan peep. Yeah, Dodo's on a totally different time than we are. You're what, 6 hours ahead, right, Dodo? Oh, you called it soggy Ireland? Aw. Let me put my email in the chat. Hold on one second. Okay, so it's 2:30, oh, sorry, 3:37 where you are. And it's 10, so yeah, 5 hours. That's what I thought. Hold on, I'm typing my my email into the chat. Okay, if anyone wants to email me, and if they want to, you know, help out with the I would be more than appreciative. And if you don't have PayPal or Chime, I can send you a link. You can pay with them. You don't have to have Chime or PayPal to do it that way. You just need to email me and let me know, and then I'll email you a link. But I just, more than anything, I wanted to warn you guys that I can only stream until 1:10. So that's where I plan on going. I plan on streaming until 1:10, and then if I can, you know, figure out a way to pay the $45 for it, I'm going to continue tomorrow. If not, I'll just have to wait it out. So, yeah, that's my grift for today. So thank you guys in advance. I appreciate it more than you know. Even you guys just being here, I appreciate. So let's get back to this creepy, shady Lieutenant Gallagher, and we'll go from there.
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color.
Correct.
And you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That's correct.
I do also have a QR code for you for PayPal
First time.
on the corner of the screen. I don't know if
And
it
you
works.
indicated
It should.
the testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
Oh,
The same kind of red
Katie,
Solo
you're
cup you drink,
awesome.
beer out of a
Thank
barbecue.
you.
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. That's correct.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup.
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Gallagher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic
Thank you,
container,
Maylan.
that
Yeah,
he
see,
could
that's I'm
utilize.
not going to be good at this. Like, I am not
How far
one
were
that I've never been an asker for
From
things.
34 Fairview,
I even forget
give me a
things like
height.
that.
Mile and a half.
So even in
Katie,
reading that,
hold on. I'm going to pause
5 minutes
freaking Gallagher.
to drive.
Hold on one second. I
You
tried
didn't go
to
back
open
Kennedy
a
to
Cash
get
App.
actual
I don't know if you were
evidence, correct?
here
wouldn't
already when I
have,
was talking about that.
Temporary plastic containers, that what we were looking for.
Shoot, I can't get Gallagher to shut up. Hi. Thank you for coming. But Katie, I tried to open the Cash App, and within 5 minutes of opening it, I didn't even, as soon as I verified it with my phone number, I got booted out saying I violated terms of service. So, and I'm like, what the hell? And this was literally the day after when I made the new YouTube account to start posting videos. I got booted for that too. Now I did get my YouTube channel back, but deleted it anyway because I'd already, by the time I appealed it, or they approved my appeal, I just started posting on my regular YouTube channel, so I don't care about that. But I never went back and checked on the Cash App appeal. So I'm going to do that while we're watching Gallagher, and I'll let you know. But I have a feeling with my Cash App, what happened is I probably opened an account years ago, but never used it and forgot about it. So when I opened another one, they thought I was trying to open two. I have a feeling that's what it was. Because I've been a PayPal user for years. I used to sell stuff on eBay years ago. And so I mean, my PayPal account is so old. Like, I've had it forever, it seems like. So I just use PayPal for everything if I need anything online. So I'm gonna look into it while we finish watching Gallagher. I'm gonna look into my Cash App and see if the appeal went through. I never looked in after that because I really didn't think much of it until now. So let me check into that while we watch. I'm just gonna call him Shady Gallagher.
Looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
I see,
So
Katie.
EPA does not
So
have
of
to
course they
utilize
rob you
beverage
weekly.
collection containers that are plastic.
Yeah, kids
We have
tease
needle
you
containers
that.
that are plastic.
See, my
We
son,
have blood
he-
swabs that are in.
oops, hold on. I'm like, because I can't talk over Gallagher. My son, he never like. I just gave him cash. He was at the age because he's 22 now. He's going to be 23 in May. My birthday is in 6 days, by the way. Oh no, 7 days. My birthday is March 7th. So think of it as, if anyone helps, it's my birthday present. So thank you. I don't know much about Cash Apps or PayPal, but I did once know a guy who put in his account name and got banned immediately. So I know that doesn't work, at least. Oh, Morg. Thank you guys for making me laugh already. I appreciate it more than you know. All right. Let me figure out this whole Cash App thing. Let me open my... Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. Wait, you guys, I do have a Cash App. It's good now. Hold on. I'm going to give you it. I just opened it and it opens now. I'm no longer banned. Oh, so cool. Is a QR code easier or just the dollar sign thing? Yeah, I'll just put the dollar sign in the chat. Okay. I'm going to add it to that little ticker at the bottom of my screen too, but I'm going to put it in the chat. It is I think it's just Scarlett's Mind, but hold on. Let me get to it. Yep. So it's dollar sign. Let me type it in real quick. Oops. Oh, yeah, because you're on your phone. Gotcha. So dollar sign, and it's all lowercase. Scarlett's with an S, Mind. There you go. Although when I go to personal, it says identity verification unverified, and it won't let me, it doesn't do anything when I try to verify it. I don't know what the deal is. So I don't know. If someone does try it, let me know if it works. Because obviously I've never used it. All right. So here we are. Back to Shady Gallagher. Oh, all the baldness. See, I prefer the bald over, Lally with the gobs and gobs of hair gel. Oh, Katie, I just saw your comment. Your nieces and nephews. Yeah, they reap the benefits of you not having kids. Yep, totally get that. They go to the aunt and uncles that spoil them to death, right? You're still hacking into your PayPal. Oh, I wish I could go. You want to fly me out to Vegas? I'll surely go. That would be so much fun. I've never been to Vegas. It's a place I wanted to go forever and ever. I'm not a huge gambler, but I just want to go there so bad. I am turning 47. Ugh, I'm getting old. Do you have to verify by email? I'm not a robot. Well, I already verified my phone number on it and stuff, so I don't know. Like I don't know what to. And like I said, when I first tried to work out this stupid Cash App account, it booted me, telling me I violated the terms of service. So let's see, protect access, help your friends finding you, add an email address, add email. Okay. Oh, here we go. Add my email. I already put an email, but I'll add my YouTube email. Hold on. Scarlett YouTube at gmail.com. One moment, please. Okay, so I just verified my other email. See, I don't know. It's so weird. When it says identity verification, I think it was like when I tried to put in my license or whatever, that's when I got booted. I took a picture of it, and that's why I was wondering. See, it still won't let me do it. I have a feeling this, even though I can open the app now, it's still not going to work because it won't let me go to verify your identity. Unless, because it's already green. If the verified identity, if so anyone uses Cash App, let me know. If you go to verify your identity and it's already green, does that mean I've already done it? So that's why it won't let me do it again? You've seen 4 shows already, Mark? Oh my God. I'm so jealous. Oh, Metallica. Oh, when's Metallica going to be in Vegas? Yeah, I'm turning 27, just like Baker. Let's pretend that. Yeah, I didn't say 47. I said 27. Oh, thank you, Mark. I feel old. Well, physically, I feel old. Mentally, I feel young. Cash App can be sketchy as fuck sometimes. Yeah, but you know what? I have a feeling because when I look at it, it's green and has a lot. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, see, it does say my account is closed. Nobody send anything. Do not send to my Cash App. See, it said I violated terms of service. See, it's so stupid. I don't understand. Okay, nobody send to that Cash App I gave you. Use PayPal. I'll have to work on that Cash App thing. Like I said, I have a huge feeling that I opened one years ago that I never used, and so they probably thought I was trying to open 2. You're about 7,000 or something, according to Alf's calendar. You're all babies. Oh. Oh, so in the fall it'll be at the Sphere. Oh, I'm so jealous. I love Metallica. Well, all their older stuff. I'm not a fan of a lot of their newer stuff. Yeah, I've heard that too. I've never been there. I would love to go. You have no idea. Katie, you're turning 40. Oh God, I remember being in my 30s and thinking I was gonna have a meltdown when I turned 40. And now that I'm already, halfway to 50, more than halfway to 50 now, it's even worse. But we'll stick to it. You guys, I'm gonna put my email one more time in the chat. Just email me if you are able to help me with my lovely grift, just so I can keep streaming on StreamYard and pay the $44. It would mean the world to me, and I would appreciate it so much. Just email me, and I'll send you a link to my Chime or my PayPal. That way you can pay any way you want. You can pay with a credit card, a debit card, PayPal, Venmo. You can do anything. So you just need a link. And because I have the free version of StreamYard, I cannot post a link in the chat, unfortunately. As soon as I get the $44 version of StreamYard, I can do anything I want, basically. Oh, Annie, you'll be 50 this year. And Dodo, you'll be 49. Well, you guys, we're all about the same age. That's pretty cool. This handle is a I can't even say that word. Derivation. There we go. God, it's too early. Of Morgoth for the Tolkien fans here. So yeah, Elf calendar. Gotcha. Oh, you'll be 49? Oh, Annie and Dodo will both be 49 this year. How cool is that? All right. Since I am limited to time, let's get back to Shady Gallagher.
In plastic containers, but for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have.
If
So
I'm able to pay the $44 for some reason, before 110, I will gladly stream longer than that.
Improvised.
My next question is certainly Canton PD employees that owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop it
Correct.
out, and then it's sealed
That's correct.
and forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample.
We got a couple June
Sure.
babies.
Just
Are you guys
importantly, the blood
Geminis?
sample can't contaminate anything else.
My son's a Gemini, but end of
You
May.
go to Canton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection.
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you touch,
I'm sure that you don't squeeze your lips together like that
blood on that swab.
either.
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was, and just carried them back to the truck.
Geminis
Nope,
are
we took
sweet. My
6
son is
samples,
so gentle
individual
and sweet
samples. Our philosophy
I'm a
was to let the
Pisces,
crime lab
I'm
extract it the way
emotional
they best see fit.
and
Those 6 samples
empathetic.
were bagged and then transported back to Camp Police Headquarters. in
You're a
place of
Gemini
everything.
too, Kate?
Covered.
No,
Oh,
not
you're
that I
tough.
recall.
Gotcha.
Sealed in any way.
No.
If somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups.
They
Oh,
were
well,
sealed
happy
and bagged,
birthday
brown
to your
evidence
son,
bagged.
Annie.
At that time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
You have a rough estimate of how many people?
Morg, I have no idea. I mentioned it yesterday and
blood evidence
today, and someone else
you want
mentioned
me to
it
estimate?
today. It's driving me
Yeah,
nuts.
Sergeant Lank,
No, I mean, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, you have any idea how many people before
He
you?
sits like
had
that the
red Solo
whole
cups?
time.
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
Yep.
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
You know
Do
what
you think
sterile
it's
means,
standard
don't
practice
you?
For a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that,
Of
Lieutenant.
course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right. The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one. Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you.
Oh,
what you mean.
don't feel
Did you
bad,
mention a
Mark.
CARS report?
I was
Which is
talking about this
a report of
yesterday
the crime
too.
scene.
Is that I have my dad's hands. I have short, stubby, fat fingers. So the little man in my phone hates me, called autocorrect. And yeah, I'm horrible, especially when I'm trying to type too fast in the chat. Because sometimes by the time you get your thought out, 100 chats have gone by and it's not relevant anymore.
Where things were located, mapping of those things.
You objected. It was sustained. I never got the answer to that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll show you a document, see if you recognize that.
I don't recognize it. I can tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I needed. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally? I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. That's not sort of in your framework.
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I'm not. I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which solo cup?
I did not.
As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, a portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did.
Plastic material?
I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard.
I'm the same way, Barbara.
Did that
That's
seem out of
funny.
place to you?
Because even when I was at my thinnest, and when I was going through my divorce and that, I was tiny, and I always had it just my hands. I feel the same way. Like having a tiny body, I always felt like I had catcher's mitts for hands, and it's so funny how they make fun of, and Baker calls their hands catcher mitts and stuff, and it's like that's how I used to feel about my hands. And I always used to have to wear fake nails because my fingers were so short and stubby that fake nails were the only way I could even feel like comfortable with the way my hands looked, because my own nails when I was younger anyway, now they grow more than they used to. But I hated it. And back then, acrylic nails were all the rage. So I always used to get my nails done. Palma basketball. Yep. I'm a bigger bone girl now since I had all my surgeries and stuff. I can't do all the things I used to do. So what we know about Gallagher so far, he doesn't write reports, isn't a homicide investigator, thought the leaf blower was a great idea, thought red Solo cups and brown grocery bags were perfect. Yep. You nailed it, Annie. And he doesn't know the definition of, oh my God, I just lost the word. God, it is too early. I cannot think this morning. What's the word I'm looking for? Wow. My brain is not working this morning. This is what happens when you don't get sleep. I have barely slept this week, I'm telling you. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. When they're, not affected by anyone's germs, like being in someone else's house. Sterile. Thank you. I just got it. Got it. He doesn't know the definition of sterile. Oh, yep. And he doesn't take measurements. Yep. Down to a T.
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that.
No, there was a reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No,
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
no, no.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house.
You
for
didn't
any-
search the house at all. Oh, there you go. See?
Is that because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time.
We knew we didn't have it.
You didn't even ask. And yes,
I'm
you
familiar
did
with
have
what
probable
probable
cause.
Did you see
There was a
did you see
dead
probable
guy
cause
on the
in
lawn.
No, I did not.
Right. Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was,
I did not.
is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
But
Never
you didn't even ask.
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully,
Oh, you guys are birthday twins.
after going to
Who
the
was
scene the
that?
first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Your assessment that the recusal should take place,
Yes, it was.
and he agreed.
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department.
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
No.
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with
Okay.
his family.
He just
Well, the other side of that
seriously
is
said
his
the
family
exact
having
same thing, but trying to make it sound like it wasn't. Wow.
Relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead. Move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lake was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Were you and Sergeant Lang well, let me ask this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lang had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lang
Sergeant Lake and Sergeant Good, correct.
before you ever got there.
Correct.
Did they show you any documentation, notes, or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
So
Just in general.
So in general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day,
Never socialized with him?
no.
No,
Not intentionally,
you know
it's
what?
possible
I
if I
didn't
went to a
hear
retirement
that,
party, could he
Annie.
have been
How did
present?
I miss that?
Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I
How
didn't know
long
Jen
ago?
McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her. But
'Cause I want to hear that. Damn it. Was it like just a couple minutes? How did I miss it? a while ago. Okay. Well, later I'll have to go back and listen to how he says it, what he says it to. Oh my God. I have to remind myself to go back.
But I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recall as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Link was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No.
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other
I
people.
love Slurpees.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Link had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead
Yeah,
or dying
it's not
on the front lawn
important that
of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary.
yeah, see, he's probably going to say the same thing I am. It's not important that, you know, a police officer was just found dead on another police officer's lawn, who a ton of people were in that house the night before, missing a coat, missing shoe, you know. Oh. You know, in the worst case scenario, these cops, let's say, like I said, I think I said something like this yesterday, but if you didn't know what we know now, worst case scenario, thinking that if somehow they could have proved she did do this, the problem is that these cops are still the most inept, stupidest, moronic cops ever. It's absolutely ridiculous that none of them are ashamed by their behavior. They come in, so far I have seen them come in and just defend the shitty job that they did. They don't see any of it as a problem. Jackson asked him if he would argue about how tall OJ was. He said, well, if Lally told me, I'd believe it. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Yes, I did hear that part, but I wasn't thinking because I know he said he didn't know exactly how tall he was. I gotcha. And it didn't even faze me what he said. Wow. Yeah. Oh, I agree. Especially on a hot day, that's what I go get myself a Slurpee, a frozen Coke, something like that. His coat isn't missing. If you look at the video, John wasn't wearing a coat. See, we were questioning that the other day. I couldn't remember on the videos if he was wearing a coat or not. And I know I showed this the other day, Loophole Lawyers video, but some of you weren't here then. Did you guys see the new part where that they show in the video, the waterfall video of Karen flirting by touching Higgins' arm? Do you guys see that? Yeah, Malin, I think you were here when I showed it, but if not, if you saw it on your own, I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the hell? How did they miss that? But that's why, you know, they're publishing the Google Drive of evidence, and there's so much of it. It's hard to get through it all. I've been through all the audio of the PD. I know we talked about this yesterday too, was how they had the address correct, 34 Fairview first, and then it changed as if someone told them, no, it's not 34, it's 32 specifically, or told them to specifically lie. Because how do you have the address right in the beginning and then get it wrong?
so shady. Oh yeah. Malin, he did edit that. That was Loophole Lawyer, because I did find out. I forgot to mention that for you guys that watched that. That wasn't because I went back to the Google Drive and watched the entire video, and he didn't just disappear. So that was Loophole Lawyer's editing. He was just trying to squeeze as much of that video into one like smaller video. Ooh, that sounds good, Dodo. Frozen watermelon in the blender, yum. I'm going to have to try that. Yeah, Malin, I forgot to tell you. Sorry. I went back and checked. But that was crazy when we were like, what the hell?
Necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there. I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't say with certainty.
You know Brian Higgins?
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
In fact, you guys you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. In fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this. Foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
Again, I don't recall that.
Hey, Sarah.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes.
And I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access to the station.
There were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, he was one of them.
Was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have
Dodo's
your knowledge,
keeping me
he would
laughing
roam
this
throughout
morning.
the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. Usually his habits were he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his accent, I guess I'm
Oh,
struggling
you
with
know
the
what?
question. His
Dodo,
access
I'm
was
going to
not
make you
limited to-
another picture. Hold on.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited.
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by
I'm going to
the
make
grade.
daily
If he's an
pictures
outside agency,
for
I'm sure he had limited access.
Who
Dodo.
has access to the sidewalk?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well.
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
You're good, Sarah.
The best way to describe it,
showing
I
up.
don't know if the jury is familiar with the
I am,
building, but if you were looking from Washington Street,
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to repeat this for anyone that wasn't here in the beginning. I am playing a little grip today, which I'm going to be very bad at. I forewarn everybody. I'm not a good grifter. I'm not a good person that asks for things. I hate it. However, I unfortunately have come to the last couple hours of my free streaming on StreamYard. If I don't pay them the $44 they want for their monthly plan, I cannot stream for free again until March 21st. You're only allowed so many free hours in 30 days. So I am asking if anyone can help out for my birthday, which is March 7th, can help me get my monthly subscription to StreamYard so we can stream as long as we want. I have PayPal and Chime. My PayPal link is in my description. And so is my Chime hashtag name. And then you don't have to have Chime or PayPal to send me anything. You just need to send me an email, which I'm going to put in the chat again, which is also in my description, because I can just send you a link to use. You can pay at any way you want, doing it that way. and I'd appreciate any help. I'm so sorry for asking. Stupid Boost Mobile took a bunch of money out of my account they weren't supposed to, so I am beyond short for the month. I've been waiting for that money to come back. They said 7 to 14 days. And of course, they'll take all 14 days, I'm sure, and it's only been 3. So who knows how long it'll take before I get that money back. What about what is this? Coffee app, Baker has it. I don't know what that is. Well, Sarah, I can only stream until 1:10 p.m. It is going to literally, StreamYard will shut me off because once I hit my maximum free hours, I'll show you. I showed everybody. Hold on. So here it is. If you can see your screen, it shows I have used 17 hours. This is when I first started streaming. So I've used 17 hours and 4 minutes out of my 20 hours that I'm allowed free, which doesn't reset until March 21st. So as of right now, I can stream until 1:10. That's when I'm going to run out of free streaming time. So I wanted to stream a little longer today because it's the weekend and I want to get through this trial. And plus I wanted to stream tomorrow, but I'm not going to be able to do that if I can't obviously upgrade to the pay for StreamYard, unfortunately. And StreamYard is this. It's $44 a month to have unlimited access to StreamYard. Yep, they're coming for me. They're counting down the seconds until they cut me off of free StreamYard. So I'm still working on a Cash App. That's a whole nother drama I was already talking about. I have PayPal and Chime. I do not have Venmo, but I have PayPal. So, I don't know. I'd have to look into Venmo because I had thought PayPal owed Venmo or owned Venmo. So I thought you could use Venmo to send to PayPal, but I'll have to look into it. If I have to make a Venmo, I will. But see, that'll take time too. But that's where we're at, Sarah. So if you guys want me to stream longer than 1:10 today and can send help, I will stream as long as you guys want me to, if I can extend my membership today. All right, let's go back to Shady Gallagher. Let's see. Okay, and wait, an end around for that. Have a friend make a free StreamYard too. That works in a pinch. Oh my God, that's a good idea. Wow, Morg. I'm retarded that I didn't even think of that myself. See, I don't think of things like that. Thank you, Morg. That's a really great idea. That's what I'll do if I don't get it to get my membership. I mean, I'm going to need a membership sooner rather than later anyway, because of the limitations on free. I already knew that. There's a lot of limitations on StreamYard. I can't post links. I can't do a lot of stuff. But until I can pay for it, that's a great idea, Morg. So thank you for that. That Buy Me a Cup app, coffee app, everyone can use if I can't get them other apps here. I'll have to look into that. I'm going to do that right now. I have money on my Venmo, of course. You're a trolling consultant, but sometimes I get other ideas. That's cool. Let me look into Venmo. Because my PayPal I wish I knew how that worked. Because does anyone know about Venmo and PayPal? Let me look it up. Can you send money from Venmo to PayPal? It says, yeah. Oh, wait. It says, yes, you can transfer money from Venmo or transfer, although it is not a direct linked account. Okay, no. Can you send it to someone else? Hold on. It says, yes, you can receive money to your PayPal account from a Venmo account. Did everyone hear me? Who has Venmo? Sending money, let's see. What is Venmo and how does it work? Okay. Says Venmo and PayPal users will finally be able to send money to each other. This was in September of 2025. Oh, Cheryl, thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. If someone sent, did you send it through PayPal or Venmo? Because I wanted to see, it does say you can send to PayPal from Venmo. And that's what I thought, because PayPal owns Venmo as far as I know. PayPal. Oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you, Cheryl. Oh, you are so sweet. I'm gonna cry. Like, seriously, I'm gonna cry. I don't like to, sorry. I don't like to ask for things. You're so sweet, you guys. Thank you so much. As you guys know, I'm a crier. I can't help it. No leaky eyes. Yeah, that's me though. I'm a crier. I can't help it. So I'm trying to find details on how, let's see, how to send a person money from Venmo to their PayPal. Looks like you can do transfers from one to the other using a shared account and standard banking procedures, but no direct transfer link. Oh, okay. At least initial light research yields that. I'm the same way. I'm sorry, Lord Morg, for graping your room last night. Oh, Cheryl, you're leaving your cold job. Yeah. Gotta drive. Okay, Cheryl, thank you again so much. Come back and join us. I'll stream as long as I can today. Okay? If you get home and you feel like joining, come back. And be careful going home and stay warm. Oh, Annie. Oh. Thank you, guys. I have to check my account. Give me 1 second. Oh, Malin, you're totally fine, sweetie. Don't you worry about it. Anyone who can't, trust me, I know what it's like to not, to be down to the penny sometimes. I get it. So nobody, please, I beg of you, if you can't, you can't. I get it. Don't ever feel bad. Not for 1 second. More than anything, you guys, I appreciate you just being here. I really do. Like, you're making this fun for me. You're helping me start my channel. It takes a lot of hours and subscribers to get monetized. And so you guys just being here with me on a Saturday morning, just chilling out. Most of you have already seen this trial. I couldn't Like that means more to me than anything. You guys will just never know. Thank you for the research, Morg. I mean, thank you so much. I can't wait for Baker to sing to me. I told him the other day, I said, my birthday's in a week. I can't wait for you to sing to me. If I can send through Venmo, I can send. I got into my PayPal, but it's all old accounts and cards, so I need to update all that. I'm sorry, doll. Oh, you're fine. Don't be sorry. I'm still researching the whole Venmo thing. Well, we finished watching Shady Gallagher, who I left on a funny face, if any of you noticed. I'm the pause queen, apparently. Every time I pause, it's like perfect timing. Okay, Dodo. Have a good dinner. Okay, so Morg, you say, so that works in reverse too. Link Venmo and PayPal to the same bank account and then move from that account to PayPal looks like the easiest way. Oh, okay. So like some say, I don't have Venmo right now, but if I do, or when I do, I can do that. And then like if someone right now wanted to send money through PayPal, they could link their Venmo to their PayPal and do it that way, right? Am I reading that correctly, Morg? Oh, hold on, Annie. Sorry, I didn't even check it. Give me 1 second. Oh my God. Oh, you guys. Yes, I have enough. Oh my God. Thank you guys. I don't know if you guys want me reading names, but Cheryl and Mary, I got yours. Thank you guys so much. You just, you made my month, my birthday, my day, my everything. Thank you guys. So while, let's see, I'm gonna start Shady Gallagher back. I'm making a picture of her Dodo that I can show to her when she comes back. And then I was looking something else up too. I forgot. Oh well, we'll figure it out. And I'm gonna go pay my thing right now so we can extend our lovely StreamYard today. Thank you guys again. I can't say thank you enough. Okay, Morg, you wrote, Venmo and PayPal look like they need to do direct deposits through a bank account, but doesn't look like there's a Venmo PayPal direct transfer option. Oh, I gotcha. Oh, you gotta love that stupid loading button sign, whatever you want to call it. But I could go back to the same spiel I gave last week when we were talking about how I hate waiting, and I get mad at myself having to wait a couple seconds, and I'm like, oh, my computer's so slow. When I think back to, using AOL, I was a teenager in the 90s, using AOL, having to dial up, using LimeWire and Napster to download songs that took hours and hours just to download one song. So it took days to download the 10 songs that you could then burn onto a CD, which took 2 days to 3 days in itself just to burn one CD of 10 songs. So yeah, I tell myself to quit bitching.
Street, dead on. It's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, it's not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Thank you. When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated KPD needed to recuse himself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene handled those solo cuts. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lang collected the samples.
under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lang handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence. Yes,
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view.
You're good,
I know that because
Katie.
he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence. Yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection. Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek a consent to search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever
What are
been in
you
the house
making for
before that
lunch
morning at
or
9 a.m.?
brunch,
Never.
Katie?
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
You could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lang separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area, the kitchen. I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another.
Sure, yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jim McCabe was not recorded in any way, audio or video recorded.
Ooh, that
Correct.
sounds good.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
I had
10 minutes, maybe.
scrambled eggs
Other than
and
Jim McCabe being interviewed,
homemade
were any of the other
sliced
witnesses
fried
inside that house
potatoes
asked any
at like
questions by Sergeant Lang or
4:30
by
in the
you?
morning. That was
No,
my
not that I
dinner
recall, not
last
that I
night.
recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access or access to the Sally Port, or is that one, are you asking one
I'm
of
going to
the,
say,
I would say
All
the entire
right.
department.
I fully have my
Yes.
monthly plan going,
No,
guys.
we're very small.
Yay. I am going to show you a receipt. We are good to go. Hold on. There we go, guys. Thank you guys so much. Says, welcome to the core plan. So I'm on their core plan. Started today, February 28th, 2026, and we're good until March 28th, 2026. $44.99 for this. Holy moly. I did not, I mean, I knew it would cost money to, do this. Because of all the programs, especially like editing videos, there's so many programs out there and stuff, and StreamYard. I knew it wouldn't be free forever, but it's crazy how fast it adds up. I'm telling you. I do not know how people do this. Like some of the people that stream, or not stream, but like post a ton of videos on YouTube, they don't go live, so they don't get like super chats or anything. I don't know how they, unless they just have extra money and love to do it, because it's quite expensive if you're not getting compensated. somehow, you know, in your, because there, I guess they would have ad revenue, so maybe that's what they, you know, use. But it's insane. Adds up very quickly because I follow a couple channels that never go live, but then again they do, you know, they do post a lot of videos, so they probably get a lot of watch hours and ad revenue. Did anyone use Venmo? So you can scan the QR code on the top left, or wait, you can scan the code or type her PP handle. Okay, no one did. They used PayPal, Sarah. But I'm still looking into it. It's right, and that's what I'm doing next. So I will let you know if it works, okay? I'm looking into it.
So we're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
Okay,
working,
so
no.
Sarah,
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph?
according to PayPal and Venmo, both say the same thing. It says you can send money directly from your Venmo account to someone's PayPal account within the US by using their phone number or email address. And it says steps: open Venmo app, tap pay request, pay/request. And it says enter the recipient's name, phone number, or email associated with their PayPal account. So what I'm going to do, Sarah, is give you the email that's associated with my PayPal. Hold on. I think that I added my new email to it too. So actually it's probably the same, but let me double check so you get the right one. Hold on. Whoopsies. Yeah, it's a different one. I'm going to give you a new one. So according to Venmo, it says open Venmo app, tap pay request, enter recipient's name, phone number, email. And that's the email I just put in the chat. And then it says enter the amount and add a note and then tap pay. That's all it says. Thank you, Sarah. Yay. Look at his face.
The condition of that vehicle.
What does he
immediately
make
arrived
that
inside.
face
I
for
wasn't-
all the time?
There, I can't say.
Look at this.
You've certainly,
Hold on. Gotta go back.
you've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th, immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having
Hold on. I didn't go back far enough.
questions by Sergeant Lank or by
It's like he's shaking his
No,
head
not
and
that I believe
squeezing
so.
those lips. It's like nonstop. And why won't this go
Who was the
back?
person
My
on February
stupid
1st
computer.
who- individuals in the home for
See? Look at his
for
face.
injuries or anything like that.
Why are you squeezing your lips like that?
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area, the kitchen. I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another.
Sure, yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jim McCabe was not recorded in any way, audio or video recorded.
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that
Of course
interview?
not.
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jim McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access or access to the Sally Port, or is that what, are you asking one
I'm
of
going to
the,
say
I would say the entire department.
dozens,
Yes, correct.
hundreds.
No, we're very small.
I don't know that.
So we're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th, immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
It also doesn't make any sense that before they towed her vehicle, why the hell would you not photograph it then? Because I'm sorry, accidents happen. You know, car accidents, slippery road. What if it got hit? You're taking that SUV back to have it searched and examine it because you think she hit somebody with her car, and yet you don't take any pictures, you don't examine it where it was, you travel with the car where it could possibly be destroyed and lose evidence. But that didn't come to mind either, now did it?
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case in the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors. We can facilitate things. Yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing. No. Yeah. If it's an assist, round peg, round hole, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest. So we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case,
Well,
but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house even.
I know that.
That answer
Wow.
was, it's stricken and so is the question.
Good for you,
So
Alan
Canton Police Department
Jackson.
was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms
Yeah,
of pulling it
exactly,
out of the
Amy.
SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes,
And during the course of the removal of that taillight was broken, correct?
that's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that
Mhm.
light was broken even more.
No.
He's got an attitude, man. Look at his face.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
I don't recognize the photographs. First time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No,
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay. And were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay. Were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay. Do you recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lang.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lang that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lang.
Was that in your presence?
Yes.
Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location on, the location of the Sally Port on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lang booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Good way to put it,
Of that?
Jackson.
I saw the police report.
There's lots of procedures they didn't do or
The
follow
original,
correctly.
Call.
Okay.
Yes.
And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Canton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, as far as, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm
Oh,
asking
there
you-
should be,
I don't
but
know
he's
yet.
asking you if
The fact
there
of the matter
is.
there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Canton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't have access to the evidence log.
Did you get access to the evidence log?
No.
You're a supervisor at Canton PD. Why
That's
would you
correct.
not have access to the evidence log?
I think only,
Oh,
Proof
yeah,
that
I
people have
watched
access
that
to
trial
evidence.
too, Annie. Yeah, they know how to. Everybody was saying that in the chat. I forgot who I watched the trial with, but everybody in the chat was like, "Oh, they know how to do this, right? They know how to, follow chain of custody and fill out logs correctly." Yes, they do know how. They just don't give a shit.
Who would they be?
the evidence officer.
Which is who?
Yeah, they
Paul
did.
DiPietro, Sergeant,
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police,
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
most likely,
Yeah,
but I don't know. Possibly, yes.
Head of detectives?
No.
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't
Nope.
believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator. that it
I
actually
was
never made
very.
it to the
Were
evidence
you,
log.
hey, Annie? Were you surprised that they didn't bring up Proctor in that after all that they went through to get his phone extract? I kept waiting to hear some of that, some of the information from Proctor's phone because of all the hell they went through, and then it wasn't even brought up. Okay, Malin. Glad to have you for as long as you can stay. You're going wait, did you go shopping yesterday, Malin? Or was that today? I can't remember. You're going shopping right today. You were and you weren't surprised about that? I don't know. I was surprised. Defense. Oh yeah, that's right. And the defense didn't end up really putting on a case. So forgot. Yeah, that's true. I was still surprised by the defense all the way around, I think, just because his opening statement kept saying that, you know, you'll hear from Brian, you'll hear from him, he's going to testify, whatever he said. And then they didn't do anything. Yeah, exactly. They didn't even put on a case and he didn't testify. Yeah, have fun shopping. I'm so jealous. Have fun redecorating, getting all that cool new stuff. Sounds like so much fun. There might not have been anything in his phone directly to the Walsh case that could have helped him. True, but even if it's not direct, if the defense had put on a case, they could have brought it up as far as showing bias towards, you know, his investigation, but it wouldn't have been as impactful for sure than like this case, than Karen Reed's case.
Objection.
Sustained.
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, just move on.
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me. I'll ask you a couple
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
There's copies right there as well. Do you recognize those photos, or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame that those photos would have been taken
Yes.
based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Have they been introduced?
You know, Annie, you're not the first
have-
person to say that.
They
I've
have not
seen
yet
a
been
couple
introduced,
people
Your Honor.
have that.
I'm sorry,
I would
recall why I
assume
missed
so
that.
too,
So I
though.
need to ask
You
Mr.
know,
Mark,
looking
is
at
that-
what they did.
Is there
photographs?
any objection?
Because it seemed like
No,
they
no.
had a plan for their defense, and then by not putting on anything, I think that's what they were hoping too, that they could win on appeal. Very true, Annie. Is that another cartwheel girl, Sarah? God, I wish I could see these damn things on my computer. I cannot wait to get my desktop working again. Or get a new computer. That'll be my next script. It looks like, is she doing a toe touch? Or she's sitting, oh, meditating. I was just going to say, is she sitting with her legs crossed? Okay, gotcha. Hey, Sarah, if you, I don't know how to say this without sounding greedy or rude or anything, but if you were able to send from Venmo to PayPal, if ever, let me know. Oh, did it send? I didn't check, so hold on. Because I wanted to know if it worked. Hold on. Hold, please. I didn't get it yet, Sarah, but if it's from Venmo to PayPal, it may take it. It does say in the Venmo could take up to 30 to 60 minutes, so I'll keep checking. Hold on 1 second, guys. I did see the Faust case. Well, I saw some of it, Annie. That case, all I can say is it really had my blood pressure going and my blood boiling, so I kept having to turn it off. So I saw some of it, and I was very, very sickened by the verdict. I did make a short video on it. It's ridiculous. There was no evidence besides some contaminated DNA. And you know the funny thing is, if you look at my short on it, on the Faust case, it just literally says, how do you convict someone with no evidence and some contaminated DNA? And the only comment I got on it was from someone who wrote, "How was the DNA contaminated?" And I'm like, did you watch the trial? I mean, it was mislabeled. I mean, can we go on and on about evidence bags being empty? And I mean, oh my God, it was, I feel so sorry for that man. And the worst part is, he was obviously not proved factually innocent, but in the remote chance that he is guilty, he still didn't get a fair trial all the way around. It was awful. That judge gave Canoni a run for her money, man. She was a bitch. I can see that one, Sarah. It's Crossbones. Liz, yes. She was crazy bitch. Red Solo Cup, shop and stop bags, no evidence log, allowing it to be unsecured is totally normal. Yeah, I know. Yep, that's the Massachusetts way.
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph to make it better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belongs to Miss Reed?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at excuse me. Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes.
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and shop.
Okay. It does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No.
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
Correct.
All right?
Yes.
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
Correct.
Certainly not sterile.
Correct. Correct.
Oh my God, when
not.
I was still doing research, Sarah, regarding the Venmo to PayPal thing, there is a Visa Plus pay name thing that I have that you can use too. So I'm gonna post that in my description too. Because I forgot I even had that. It's called a Visa Plus pay name. It says you can use your Visa Plus pay name to send money directly from Venmo to a PayPal account in the US. But I think the email is going to be fine. Even this says can take up to 30 to 60 minutes. So I'm going to keep checking though, Sarah, and I will let you know. Aw, what's that little guy? Is that a sad dude? Aw. I can't see him. This tiny damn freaking computer screen. All right. You gotta love the Stop and Shop bags. Here we go.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please. Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39. You recognize what's in the middle of the photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
Those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph the same rag?
I do.
With the same markings?
Yes.
It's so ridiculous. I do not understand. Their reasoning for using this is so ridiculous because you can do the same thing with evidence bags, like, and swabs. You could have taken sterile swabs and scooped up with the swabs and put those swabs with the blood in a sterile evidence bag. Yeah, Sarah, I'd be down with that. I liked doing that last week. It was fun. And I don't mind sharing my screen. I did it last week. Find out if they're going to be in voice chat tonight, and I'll make sure I'm in there to start so I can share my screen. And let me know. They do fit perfectly in there. That's about all I'll give them. I mean, seriously, though, like, why did they think this was a better idea than using freaking sterile swabs and sterile evidence bags? This makes no sense whatsoever.
Panel of the SUV in this photograph.
They are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 41. I'm sorry, 40. You see the same white rag.
Yes.
And you see the same evidence bag. I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
Correct.
And it's filled with 6 solo cups.
Correct.
With what appears to be liquid blood.
Correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area. So that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay. Let's go back to evidence item number 37. The first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I'm sorry, I should note this for the record. We're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph?
I do.
And you see a tire on that mat?
Yes.
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department?
It's a Kubota. Yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot?
Yes.
All right. So the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood. That's all I have. Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
You want me to speak to, if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay,
that's
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes,
It
I
is
would
a
say
yes
yes.
or no question.
and in fact, could even be worse?
You know,
Right,
it's
right.
already
Okay.
shady enough when you have to constantly explain your answer. Like, how did they not realize how it's almost worse to try and do that kind of shit? Like, oh no, it's not a yes or no question. Can I explain my answer? It's worse to watch that for him to just say yes or no. whether that's good or bad. You'd think you just say yes or no and move on. It's worse when you're sitting there trying to explain yourself why something looks as shady as it does.
Inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so
He's
inclined,
like-
if that
It's
situation,
almost as if he has to squeeze those lips together so he doesn't say stuff that he wants to say. Like, he was probably just wanting to call Alan Jackson a bad word, and he had to stop himself. So he's squeezing those lips so hard.
could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Wow.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Lieutenant, if I could ask.
Oh, Lally's hair. Oh my God, it's a mess.
Of your department, how would you define that term in this specific sense?
He's nicer in season 2. Yeah, you know, I don't
In this
remember his
specific case? Yeah.
testimony from season 2, to be honest. I'm gonna have to rewatch it. I might just stream the second trial right after this one, just so I can refresh. If anyone's interested, they can follow along with that one with me too. Gallagher. Yeah.
We did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our
Oops.
best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Dilly Dilly Lally.
Now, sir, we'll ask,
I
some
like that
questions,
one.
In regard to, well, you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detective Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now,
He reminds me of something that lives in a drain of a public pool.
what, if any, assets the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have.
I think I
far
know where you're
superior tools
going
to
with that.
investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminal list and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Pool, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing the taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding essentially he just removed the clip on the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video, your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you asked about, you indicated there's not a yes or no answer, but what, if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time.
Sarah,
The photographer was
you
photoing
guys
it.
are cracking me up
The
today.
criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure it was being handled by a criminologist. There wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination, as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminal list on February 1st.
Of course.
And
Why
they converted them
wouldn't
to the-
cross-contamination bother you at all? I mean, nothing else you cared about anyways.
Okay.
So
Very briefly, you said that no one,
what's a little cross-contamination?
none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
If the witness says,
I love
found him
Alan
here.
Jackson.
you just take the witness at their word.
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And ask them questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's-
Look
When
at
there's
the
probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks. That's all I have.
You are
Right.
all set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
You didn't even ask. You cannot say there was no probable cause when you didn't even ask if you could search the house. You didn't ask a judge for a warrant. You didn't do any of it. Oh, they make me so angry. All right. We are done with Gallagher. Let's see who's next. Ooh, Sean Good. All right, Sergeant Sean Good.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you,
I know
please
you
state your name
shady as
and, spell
fuck,
your last
too.
name?
It's Sean Good, Goode.
And how are you employed, sir?
At the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with Canton?
See, Katie, still one of the wildest things about this trial is the excuse of no probable cause for a search warrant of the home. Guaranteed a dead body ends up on my lawn. They're coming in this damn house. Yeah, I've said that. I totally agree with you, Katie. 100%. If that body wasn't found on a cop's lawn, you're sure as hell know they would be in that house within seconds. This one's good too. You guys are awesome. Good gone bad. Sean, good for nothing. All right. Well, here we go.
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long
Yeah,
have you held the
exactly,
rank of sergeant
Annie.
with the Canton Police?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The sergeants, the oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on, that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside. So
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mulaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton Police Department?
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Canton Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up when if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. Is it actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard. But it's that.
Now, beyond that, now, the people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Don't cut me
What, if any,
that
training
hard.
do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on call?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency,
Hold on, I want to read these. Katie says, another thing I never understood why it wasn't questioned as much is where the fuck is all his blood? Oh, I brought that up yesterday. I said that. Oh no, I brought up the blood in the snow. Because when they started talking about the blood they got from the top of the snow, I said, how did all the blood that they did collect get on top of the snow? Because by the time that they put him on the stretcher and took him away, he was gone. He wasn't actively bleeding. So And that's exactly the point. So when he initially hit his head and started bleeding there, where did all that blood go? The only place I could have imagined it going would be into the ground if he supposedly got hit outside. But did they even dig up any dirt to see if there was blood in the grass, considering the supposed time they thought he was left out on the lawn? No, because it would have proved that he wasn't there and bleeding into the ground before the snow started accumulating. That ground should have been full of blood with, yeah, exactly, Katie. Exactly. But yet only a few droplets appeared and ended up, yep, in the red Solo cups, yep. Have you heard Lally's with respect to throat clear? Well, I've heard him clearing his throat an awful lot, which disgusts me. Annoys me more than it really disgusts me. The more disgusting was the Brendan Banfield lawyer who couldn't stop sniffing. Ugh, that was gross. Makes no sense. He allegedly lost 3 liters of blood. No way that much blood soaked into the ground to where only a few. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Katie. But that's the thing too. If he lost, not if, we know he lost that much blood, but if they wanted to prove, they could have easily proved that he lost that blood on that lawn if they had dug up the grass. Because if he supposedly had hit his head and bled out right there on the lawn, and that at the time they said, when there was barely any snow on the ground, all that blood would have soaked into the lawn. All they had to do was dig up the grass and dirt and show that there was blood in there. They didn't do that. Why? Because it would have disproved their theory. Right. Exactly, Sarah. Lack of professionalism from law enforcement was disturbing all by itself. Exactly. Yeah. It's insane. Like, it makes me want to rip out my hair. Every time another one gets on the stand and acts like it's no big deal that they did all this shit, it drives me insane. Like, it's so crazy to see law enforcement act like it's no big deal that there's no chain of custody. There's no chain of custody log, that they didn't use sterile evidence bags, that they're not worried about cross-contamination. I mean, none of this makes any sense. Not to mention that they then get on the stand and defend their behavior. Like, what's wrong with it? Are you serious? The ground was frozen. It couldn't have soaked in. Yeah, especially not all of it. It would have clumped up heavily with the snowfall and like froze with it. Yes, that totally makes sense, Katie. Exactly. So it still goes to the point that all they did was try to scoop up little bits of blood where you wonder where it came from, considering by that time that it snowed that much, he wasn't actively bleeding. So I wonder where that blood came from. And then they didn't even bother to say, where's the rest of it? Have we heard any updates on this tortoise? I don't know. Hold on, I got something for you guys. I haven't seen an update on this donkey. The nosebleed. Yeah, but still, like, the problem I have too, that goes to another huge question I have that I haven't really got to talk about because no one's brought it up in this trial yet, is how they say he's on his back, but then in the 911 call, Jen McCabe admits to them rolling him over. So how did he end up face down with that cracked head? Give us OJO socks. You guys are so funny. You guys definitely are birthday twins, aren't you? All right, we're going to listen to Sean Good for a few more minutes because I'm making a picture for Dodo. I didn't finish it yet. I want to finish it for her since she's back for a minute. The only person that says they rolled him over is Jen McCabe. Okay, I see. That's what I wondered. I still don't know if that is true or not. But if it's not true, why would Jen McCabe even say that on the 911 call? Yeah, Katie, I know. We don't trust the word she says. I just wonder why she even brought it up, though. Why would she even say that? She could have just said he's already on his back. But that's a whole nother issue. Well, it's part of something that I've been examining, especially with the new evidence that's been coming out on the Google Drive. It's one of the things that's bothered me for a long time, too, Barbara. I think the reason she said that has something to do with the exposure of John O'Keefe's phone that then somehow ended up back under his body. Sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I got it. I get what you're saying there. That whole phone thing is so messed up. Like, the whole temperature thing and where it was found, and like, did he have it in his hand when he got out of the car? Does anyone know if like Karen said he had his phone in his hand or was it in his pocket? Because I know like Loophole Lawyers video talks about they wanted to see where he puts his phone, like what pocket and stuff. And when he leaves McCarthy's, he puts the cell phone in his back right pocket. Of course. I don't think it occurred to her to do that until the 911 operator was like, oh, well, if no one even wants to try CPR, then, call me if anything changes. Like he's just going to miraculously spring to life or something. It was the dumbest thing to say.
Emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay as calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of his location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing a call is there between something that's sort of medical call versus a law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button. It says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and 29th. At some point during your shift, what kind of thing did you observe about sort of weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you're familiar with an individual by the name of Brian Hickman?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for work?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department of Canton Police?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. He doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody, but he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually the U.S.
Customs. Sorry, I just saw your comments while I'm working on my photo for Dodo. Did we ever actually go to Unimpound Town? Yeah. No. There's so much stuff that I don't even think, I don't know. I'll be honest. I have to wait until every document has been accumulated in that Google Drive. I know more and more keeps coming. But I think there's stuff that probably should have been subpoenaed or gotten that I don't think that was received or even thought about at the time. I don't think Karen even noticed until someone had it. She was absolutely freaking out, and understandably so. Yeah, and by then Jen had taken the narrative, called 911, etc. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, Karen wasn't in her right mind, for heaven's sakes, for good reason. Right? Can we call Karen? Oh, yeah. See? My phone a friend. Next time I need to phone a friend, I need to figure out how to call Karen. Yep, me too, Katie. There's so many questions I'd love to ask her.
Customs, two of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
And do they have sort of similar relationships as far as
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. If Brian, Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls for helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Camp Police?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see.
Now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Camp Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what if anything do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
We try to move all the cars that we're not using. So would that be on a midnight shift? It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot.
Hey, Dodo, if you're listening
right
and can come to the
with the help of the
screen,
patrolmen,
I got
if we can get all
something for you. All right, guys, hold on one second. There you go. My daily picture for you, Dodo. Yesterday we had Googly Eye and Angry Bird Gallagher. Now we have Tortoise Sean Good.
Easily located. We try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of personal vehicles and the marked units along the Camp Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. It'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles, in regard to snow removal, what, if anything, was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk.
Is that a beaver,
Just before
Sarah?
5 a.m., what, if any, calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if
All right,
we
hold on. Now I
locked up or
gotta make
transported
another
a male
picture.
party that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, "Hey, did you lock up so and so, or did you stop anybody?" She said some version of he was out with friends. He didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say, at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the person who would call just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Kerry Roberts. Is that
Yes.
Mayor Pro?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. You recognize that?
Yes,
And you recognize that too?
that would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm calling also to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay.
Can't please sound good.
Hi, my name is Carrie. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. They were at Waterfall.
In
Yeah,
case
now
anyone's, I don't know if they play the whole 911 call, but I did make a short that has the entire call from between Carrie Roberts and Sean Good.
She is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't pick anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe?
Yeah, he's a Boston cop, and he would be on foot, but
No.
I think he probably got a ride and passed out at someone's house. I don't know, but
Yep. No, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that. And where does he live?
he lives on Meadow, right off the Pleasant.
He lives on Meadow off of Pleasant. Okay. And when is the wife home? You said his girlfriend?
It's his girlfriend. Yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yep.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with him earlier in the night, but then he came home, and he has custody of his niece and nephew because their parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with the niece and nephew, and they're old enough to be home. It's just she's nervous because he never even called the niece.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so he called the area hospitals, nobody had him. I personally think someone probably picked him up and he passed out. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. I mean,
Yep.
yeah, I mean,
Carrie's
again, it's more,
talker.
it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in, come to the station, and talk to us. But I mean, as of right now, it's more, he just didn't come home last night. Is this common sometimes?
Exactly.
Happen with him?
No. That's why. That's
Yeah.
since he didn't tell his niece. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the area hospitals. I said I would call Canton police just to make sure he didn't get picked up. But like I said, he's a Boston police officer. He knows a bunch of people. Anybody could have picked him up.
Yeah.
Freaking it out.
Okay.
Apparently they were having a planted party of some sort.
Yeah. No.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we didn't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right. No problem. Good luck.
Here you go, guys. Sorry. We got the beaver. Beaver good. Oh my God, Sarah, that's not what. I'm just going to have to make picture after picture. Hold on. What is that? Sarah, what is that? I can't tell even now it's zooming in. It's a gerbil? Katie, you got to run to Target. Okay, if you're not here when I get back, have a great day. I'm sure I'll see y'all in the chat somewhere on the streets. Yep. We'll probably be here for a little while now that I can stream as long as I want. Thank you guys again. I can't thank you enough. Have fun at Target, and we'll see you when you get back. Okay, Maylin, have fun. Do some good shopping. It's a hedgehog. Okay, gotcha. I'll have to do that one next, but I keep getting distracted by making pics. Sorry, guys. I'm totally addicted to chat TP. Oh my God, I cannot talk. I need sleep, but sleep is for the weak, right? I'm totally addicted to chat GPT now. I am. I can't stop myself.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kelly Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward.
Sarah, all
approximately 6
right,
a.m.
you're giving me
what if
such
any
good
other
ideas.
Phone calls been received, questions
You got
in
it.
regard to the same sort of parties.
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours, so as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Canton Police Station and reported anything in regard to this, right?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different people, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04 a.m.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what if anything had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, may I approach again?
Yes.
So, when you remember this, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
Almost you can introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
No, please, square line. What is your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow.
You're in Canton? Hold on. I'm going to transfer the Canton, please. You call me. You connected to Noah, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
It's yes, 1,000. Stay on the line.
I think he's dead. You need, you gotta get here ASAP, okay?
All right, I'm going to transfer the line. I'm going to transfer the Canton.
Okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Harry.
911, what's emergency?
It's
Yes, I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow at
He passed out. Yes, 34, the Albert resident. Yes, I just pulled up and found him.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Canton, Mass. Yes.
911, that's not recorded. Where's your emergency?
I don't know.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. Is he, blue at all?
You've got to get here, okay?
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And
Yeah,
who's that in the
just
background? Is that
flipped him
someone
over.
related?
That's his girlfriend. His name is John Keith.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
Is he breathing?
a couple of hours. I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to do his body heat, and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. They just got to know.
Okay. Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Can you guys do CPR? No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
Oh, right out front. His car. I know. I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey. I know. So, Carrie, you got to get off him, honey. Carrie, you got to get off of him.
You know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
They had been out.
They've been out drinking.
Yes, I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I think I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. There seems to be bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big the pool of blood is, if there is any?
Something's coming out of his nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if she's doing CPR, just let me, just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Let me see.
And so, upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04.
Yeah, I think that's the first time I realized she was transferred at all. I wonder why when she dialed 911, it sent her to the wrong dispatch. Huh. Hold on, guys. I got one more pick for you. I hit my limit on because I have free Chat GPT. I can't afford that either right now. But so I hit my limit. This is going to be the last photo of the day, but here we go. There you go. Tortoise neck and mouth, beaver head. Yeah, we have questions. We have lots of questions. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he's going to tell us squat. A magic 8-ball. They probably give us better answers than these a-holes. You like that? All right, Chat GPT, me and you are done for the day until I can't do any more until 7 p.m. tonight. All righty, here we go. More of Sergeant Good's bullshit.
What, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatching?
So once it was connected to
You like
Holbrook,
that one?
you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34th Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
And, so you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you travel down Fairview Road?
I would guess it'd have to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lang.
Why that?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lang is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Camp Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever, D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
And for medical report, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be D-E-V-E-R.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there, she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Now, Sergeant Good, with respect to your response to Camp Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of
Oh
Fairview.
my God, he's bringing this shit up
So where is
again.
34 in relation to sort of Seawire?
It's the second
We
house on the
watched
left before
the
you.
vehicle, the cruiser. Oh my God, surveillance camera. There was no freaking downhill. He mentions a significant downhill in the very beginning, and then everyone he's asked about this downhill. But yet, when you watch the camera footage from the cruiser, there is no downhill. So he keeps having people mention the supposed downhill, yet they want, and that's exactly what Lally is hoping, is that, oh, I'm going to defy what you saw with your own eyes because I'm going to have everybody talk about this downhill. Even though you saw that there was no downhill, I'm going to convince you there was. Angry Deaver, yeah. Oh my God, wait till we get to her. That's going to be fun. I know she isn't in this trial, but I've decided I'm going to stream the second one right after this one anyway, just so I can keep it fresh in my memory to finish my video. He isn't bald, at least. True. His hair's okay. He's still got a little too much product in it for me.
Before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching, or as you're en route between the police department.
Got a
and,
few
Fairview
sprays
Road, what, if
sticking
anything,
out
did
in
you
the
observe
wrong
as far as road
spot
collisions,
there.
visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind.
Oh,
Visibility was
100%, Sarah.
awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my 2 officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is.
Yeah, you take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those?
All marked units have a, it's called a WatchGuard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger backseat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the backseat. They're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as in the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a flash drive. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
And I'll call 16 to minutes the next exhibit.
Exhibit 41.
So, Sergeant, resuming with what's just been marked as Exhibit 41, that's the cruiser camera video from your Cruiser 682 that you were driving that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish some of that.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start from the beginning through about 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Hey, Sarah. Hold on. I just want to know, it says when I was looking at the Venmo, because I was just checking to see if it came through my PayPal yet. I haven't received it. So I was looking up. I want to show you this video, Sarah, just in case. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second. I got to pull it up on my stupid. It's so slow. Hold on. Says pending on your end. Okay. Well, keep an eye on it. Let me know. I'll keep watching, because if it goes through and then I don't get it, then I'm going to be worried. I'll be so upset that I made you do that. But I wanted to show you something that I just happened to come across to see if this is how it worked, because I don't have Venmo, so I don't know how it works. You hate hair gel, Morg? I'm a natural kind of girl. Yeah. I can't stand hair gel, especially in guys. Like, I don't get it. I don't use anything in my hair besides shampoo and conditioner. I haven't used hairspray or anything like that in probably 20 years. I do use styling, like curl, like curl mousse. It's not even mousse. It's more like a conditioner. But that's it. And I don't do it very often because normally I straighten my hair.
So today I'm going to show you how to send money from Venmo to PayPal. Now,
Just
whether
watching
you're
this
sending it to
tutorial.
another person or even sending it to yourself, I'm going to show you step by step on how this works. Now, I actually recently made a video on how to do it from PayPal to Venmo, which helped us create our accounts. I might even show you a little bit of clip of that so you can see and understand this process. Now, for us over here, what we're going to be doing is on iOS devices.
Oh, I bet they would. Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm clicking wrong things here. My brother got my mom's long, skinny fingers, and I got my dad's short, stubby, fat fingers. And trust me, I would have done anything for my mom's hands. But my brother got them instead.
So keep in mind, if you're on Android, it might look a little bit different. So we're currently here on our main page of our actual account for our Venmo. So you can see we're in the Me tab down over here at the very bottom right. And so when we're loaded up on this page, we're going to want to click the gear shift right over here on the right-hand side. But before we do that, I just want to show you that there's this new setting right over here that says send money to PayPal. And that shows up once we've created our account, which I'm going to take you to right over here. So we're going to go ahead and click this little gear shift right over here, and it's going to take us into our settings page. Now, if we scroll down here, there's going to be a section that says send money to PayPal. So if I click on here, this is going to take us to our page that's already been created. Now, like I mentioned, there's actually a few different things that are going to be set up over here for you if this is your first time going through this. Effectively, it's just having you create your Visa Plus username. So it takes just a few seconds. Usually we'll just take your Venmo account name and do your username.venmo. So it's pretty easy and self-explanatory to go through that process. And once you've done that, you can copy this and give it to anybody that needs to send you that money. Or if you're wanting to send it to somebody from your Venmo to your PayPal, you have them give you their username from whatever the username is .paypal, which I'll show you in a second. And then you'll come to this send section. It tells you what your balance is on your account, which right now for ours is just 5 cents. And then what we'll do is we can click on send. So from here, we would get that person's PayPal username, which for ours, I'll show you what mine looks like. And then I can send it over to PayPal from Venmo. So I'm actually loaded up here on my PayPal account. But again, if you're either sending it to yourself, you can go through the same process. But if it's from somebody else that you're getting this information from, you would just be asking them for this username so that way you can get it properly. Now, you would actually go ahead and ask for the person that you're sending this money to for their receiving name. So you can see right over here, this one is DennisTruffin.PayPal. So this is the thing that they would be giving you so that you can send them money. Or if it's your own, you can send between yourself, which is what I've done in my previous videos. So from here, I'm going to paste it. And I can click on next. Now from here, of course, we're going to be putting how much we want to send. And just because we only have the 5 cents as of this recording to be able to show you, I'm going to show you on the next section here. So from this section here, it's going to show you the total amount and then where it's pulling from. Now, one thing to consider.
Oh, sorry, guys. Hold on. Dodo, I just wanted to say bye. Have a great day, sweetie. We'll see you next time.
Consider, unlike regular Venmo transactions where you can have it pull from your bank on file or the debit card on file, to be able to transfer from Venmo over to PayPal, whether it's your own account or to somebody else's PayPal, that balance does need to be in the Venmo account directly. So it can't be pulling from a card or a bank on file. So just something to keep in mind. Now, of course, what you can do is transfer money into Venmo and then go ahead and transfer that balance over. Now, it does say here it can take up to 30 minutes. Typically, from my examples that I've been testing out, it takes about anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes. So we're going to click on next here. Now, next up here, it is going to ask us for the last 4 digits of the person's phone number that we are sending to. This helps just protect us from scammers and making sure we're sending it to the right person. So we're going to plug.
Okay, so I'm actually bummed I didn't look at this, Sarah, because my PayPal, if you did it that way, all you had to do was take my PayPal thing, which is the Christian7.PayPal, and just put a plus in front of it. So like this. Hold on. So I don't know if you can cancel that, Sarah. I hope you can, because I don't want it to mess up your account. I'm feel so bad. So apparently this Visa Plus is basically my PayPal, but with the plus symbol. I'm so sorry, Sarah. But I wanted to share that with you so that one way or another you can, it's not doesn't mess up your account and one way or the other. You can cancel it? Okay, good. I gotcha. Yeah, see, I didn't know how that works. Hopefully this helps. Yay. Oh. Ow. Thanks, Sarah. You're good. I just feel bad. Either way, I feel bad that I'm, that you're stuck with that, pending on you. But thank you guys for everything, for being here. All right. All right, let's go back to this. Where are we at? Let's see. We are right in the middle. So, Sean Goods, direct examination, which we have about 30 minutes left of at 1.35 speed. And then we have his cross, and then we'll go from there.
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now.
Yeah, where's this significant downhill, huh?
Next one up.
Notice how he doesn't
That's Fairview
point
right
that
there
out.
on the right.
If I can take you back just to the right that you took just before that. What street are you on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
Yep.
And was that Washington Street that you returned to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar, something. I don't know the actual name, but.
So the Temple on your left and Cassie's on your right?
Correct.
And so at this point in the video here is about when you're about to turn on to correct?
Yes.
Don't see any hell.
Can I keep the pause right there? May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
So, sir, Sergeant, there's a point here.
Oh, okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within this sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right. That's going to be myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman. The gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman. You can run. You can take that down. Thank you very much. And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video? Was that a fair and accurate trail, what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Sarif. I said, probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance. And then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance?
Yeah. Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Sarif, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes. If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking of other people, without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Sarif, who, if anyone, you speak to next?
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Miss McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People just kind of walking in and out. And so Mr. McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
Following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, who, if anyone, you speak to next?
Next was Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved in?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud to get next to each other.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, or what, if any, response did you?
So I walked Ms. Reed to the back.
What
of
if
602.
anything? What if anything?
She was
What if
obviously cold.
anything?
Got
Oh
in
my
the back of the car,
God.
put the heat on. Asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her inside the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, is he dead?
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
And about how loudly was she saying?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, you asked her some questions after she said, I don't know. What, if anything else, would you
Here
ask?
we go
I
again,
asked her if she
making
had
her
driven
look
there,
like she's
and she said, I think so.
crazy.
right
Like,
after that,
how
she said,
dare
"I don't
her be
remember."
so emotional
Because
and
of her
erratic,
state,
finding her
I decided
boyfriend
to stop
dead.
questioning there. She
Oh
couldn't
my
keep her
God.
train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Blank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to you going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived?
Detective Sergeant Lang probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far.
And about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendant, who, if anyone else, did you speak to?
Then I spoke to the other party, Ms. Roberts.
If you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Each interview?
Yes.
A couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
Right. So we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her in the back of the cruiser, where did you go? Where did she go?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Ms. Roberts or Ms. McCabe, yelling out.
And at some point, did the ambulance and Ms. Officer O'Keefe was into that leaving scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Ms. Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Ms. Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Ms. Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
And shortly after, and at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Ms.
It was moments later. I got a radio transmission from our officer at the working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Ms. Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to that?
Well, once our Officer Dever, who didn't even know that we had Ms. Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Ms. Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life. And he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Ms. Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Ms. Roberts that they returned?
They couldn't have gone very far, especially in the road conditions.
And based on those statements that were reported to you from the dispatch from defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Ms. Reed?
I told Officer Mullaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Ms. Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is a Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence. And if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released. But at least it's off of us.
Now,
At least it's off of us.
Like, being the ambulance and the engine have already left, is that correct?
Sorry
yes,
to
correct.
put you out to have to deal with something like that. I don't know what he meant by that statement.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Ms. Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returns on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mullaney fill out?
Officer Mullaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Ms. Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
And then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival, what, if any, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following that?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lang at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to prior to you seeing sort of house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody
Sarah.
out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or
I'm a desktop slide
told Ms.
away.
McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to
No
speak to them.
worries.
And why
I'm
did you
just
say
glad
that?
you guys are here.
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more, why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Ms. McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face and knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down.
So you're
Depending
more
on the observed
concerned
property.
with
Nobody.
having a friendly face wake them up, which I don't believe for a second that they were still sleeping through all of that. But that's your concern instead of the dead man on the lawn. Who cares if you have to wake someone up? Jeez.
And was that something that continued throughout the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
And so during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road. So you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing. And to be honest with you, you couldn't see very far.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lang go into the home at 34 Fairview.
Wait, when did a light come on, Annie? Did I not hear that? I mean, trust me, I don't believe that they were still sleeping for a second. I don't believe that for a second. But I didn't know that they saw a light come on. Or was it on one of the videos? Oh, curious. If you rewind, he said a light came on. That's when he decided that he needed to go talk to them. Oh, I see. I did miss that. Hold on. I want to hear it. I'm going to rewind it a bit. Hold on. Okay, hold on.
Be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lang at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
So yeah, so the light came on, but still, like, that's when he's like, oh, well, they're up now. I guess we don't have to inconvenience them. And, you know, now that they're awake, but bullshit. Like, what kind of cop dealing with someone who just possibly passed away on a person's lawn is more concerned about them, you know, waking, oh, I don't want to wake them up. No, oh, wait, well, that's okay now because their light's on, so it'll be okay now. And then to have to be worried about who was the one that's knocking on the door to go in, it has to be a familiar face. What? Like, they're always worried about the wrong damn things. Yeah. Go figure, Sarah, right? He's scared of Brian Albert? Oh, I'm sure he is. I think everyone's scared of that man. But it contradicts Jen McCabe, who says she was asked to wake them up. Yeah. See, I was just thinking that, but I thought, well, maybe I didn't hear it right because, like I said, I haven't seen this whole trial. So I was going to wait to see what she says on the stand, but that's what I was thinking too, because that's what I thought happened was they asked her like he just said, she's a familiar face. Can you go wake them up or whatever? And doesn't she supposedly go in their bedroom? Doesn't he testify that she comes in their bedroom to wake him up? So who turned on the damn light? That's totally contradictory now that I think about it. Because if Jen McCabe testifies that she's told to go wake him up, she testifies that she goes in their room and wakes them up, supposedly out of a dead sleep. Hello, I understand that Copy died on your lawn last night and that you had nothing to do with it. So I waited till 6 a.m. to swing by. Can I come in and pretend to ask you questions? Exactly, Morg. Exactly. I know you meant cop. I just wanted to read it that way because it was funny. Yeah, 100%.
Perspective, prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes, at some point, either myself or Sergeant Lang told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that specifically to Ms. McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people.
Right.
Need to get,
You
know what
just
happened.
said it. You just said it. Good. You have no idea why he's laying there dead on the front lawn. And yet it didn't even fucking occur to you to go to the house of that lawn and say, you know, why is there a dead guy in your lawn? Do you mind if we come in and look around? If they say no, you go to a judge. No judge is going to say, no, you can't do that. Bullshit.
That night.
And so I guess my question is more why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Ms. McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in Blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in the residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that you about the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
And so during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road, so you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it.
No, but you just testified how Karen was screaming. She was screaming. Rightfully so. And flashing lights and the supposed dog. And we're supposed to believe they were sound asleep. Bullshit.
So it was just lights and flashing, and to be honest with you, you couldn't see very far. You know.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lang go into the home at 34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to him?
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her. But we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard.
He's stumbling over his words a lot now.
References that 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
How did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker.
I don't know the answer to that, Mort. Tell me. Where does the hailing originally come from? Hi, hippie chick. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're having a good Saturday. From a troll gang in the toxic community called Comic Skate. Yeah. Not interested in another toxic community. Can only imagine. A gang called War Campaign. You're getting ready to run some errands, hippie chick? Gotcha. Lots of people are doing shopping and working and errands today. So, hey, I'm just glad you're with us while you do those things for however long that you can be here. It's very much appreciated. Aw, come give my friend a like and watch while I'm getting ready. You're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's finally a sunny day. Yeah, you know, it's not sunny here, but it's brighter than normal. Michigan is very gloomy in the winter, even when it's not snowing and it's not freezing cold. We're actually getting up to the 50s next week for my birthday, which I'm super excited about. Woohoo! I don't remember what state you're in, hippie chick. Are you in Massachusetts? Indiana. Oh, okay. So you're probably more towards like Michigan because I'm in Southeast Michigan, the Metro Detroit area. Are you the one that's just outside Chicago? Yeah, gloomy makes me not want to go anywhere either. I hate gloomy. It's definitely like people in Michigan definitely get seasonal affect disorder. Like it's so bad. You barely see the sun ever, like between November and March. It's awful. Aw, thank you, Morg. My birthday is March 7th for anyone who wants to hang out with me. I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna be streaming, obviously, because I'm sure the trial won't be done by then. I'm gonna be streaming this trial every day until we get through it. And then I'm gonna stream the second one too. Just figured it'd be good for me to refresh because I have seen the second trial. I haven't seen this one. But hey, it'll be good for me to see the second one in its entirety too, especially after watching this one. I go to your state every other month for my pickup. Oh, where? Oh, you're in Indianapolis? Gotcha. I've driven through Indianapolis several times. I went to a bowling tournament there once too. Where in Michigan do you go to, hippie chick? West Side? What's Gen Con? Gen Con Town? I'm still out of the loop on some things, I tell you. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know where New Buffalo is at exactly, but I know Niles and Kalamazoo. I know where those are. I used to go to Kalamazoo at least twice a year for bowling in Grand Rapids area. You were Morgoth in War Campaign? Oh, gaming convention. Oh, wow. I'm a gamer, but I guess maybe not that big of a gamer that I didn't even know what that was. How sad. That's the only reason I had Discord until I started Danny's channel was for games. New Buffalo is right by Chicago. Okay, gotcha. Well, that's so cool. A couple of us, Crispy Treat and Malin, are in Ohio, and Suppo is in just on the other side of the border in Windsor. We were talking about all of us up here getting together. We need to do that one time. It would be so fun. You betrayed war campaign and joined a splinter group called the Etsy Boys. I bet they didn't like that. All right. Back to Sean Good.
That you worked with for 18 years.
Detective Albert.
Wouldn't mind hosting a get together? That would be awesome. Because Indianapolis isn't that far from me. I think it's like 6 hours, a 6-hour drive or something like that. And it would be probably the same for like, I don't remember Malin exactly. I know she's more towards the southern border of Ohio. I know Crispy Treat is in the Cincinnati area of Ohio. That would be amazing. Okay, so Indianapolis from me is just over 4 hours. They're both 2 to 3 hours for me. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, and I'm 4 hours, so it's only an extra hour. That's all. That would be so awesome. We got to talk about that. So more, you said at the time they didn't like that, but I had betrayed them before, so they weren't all that surprised. Oh boy. Uh-oh. We have a betrayer amongst us. That's cute. Did you make and sell things on the side of playing? Is that why they were called the Etsy Boys? You actually live in Carmel. Okay. It's north of Indy. Okay. So let me see. I'm gonna type in Carmel and see what it comes up. Carmel. Oops. Carmel, Indianapolis, or Indiana. Oh, it's only a 4-minute difference. Hey, Katie, welcome back. Katie D's in Michigan near me too. We were just talking with Hippie Chick. She said she's willing to host a get together for all of us Midwestern peeps, Midwest peeps, whatever you want to say. She's about 4 hours from me, and about 2 to 3 hours from Crispy Treat and Malin. And I know Suppo is, I don't know where exactly in Windsor he is. He's probably at least an hour to an hour and a half from me. So for all of us, I don't think it would take more than 5 or 6 hours for the farthest of us that I know of in the Midwest to get to where Hippie Chick is. That would be so awesome. That would be so much fun. We need to plan that. Yeah, it does sound like fun. I'm super excited. Crispy Treat and Malin and I were talking about going to that the Tuppy murder trial if and when there is one. Although I don't see that man pleading out ever, so I'm assuming there will be, but it probably won't be for a while because it's in Ohio. Sarah's allergic to snow. Yeah, I feel the same way. I hate going out in it. I refuse to if I don't have to. And the older I get, the more I hate it. Yeah, I would love to go. If I can drive there, if whenever it is, if I can arrange to drive there, I will. I was thinking that maybe someone in the area would want to drive with me. Maybe we can arrange that because I can't afford a flight. Unless I start making some money on this by then. That would be amazing. I mean, and again, a big shout out to Cheryl. And oh my god, now I feel awful. Who else sent me money? It was Cheryl. Until I get monetized, they helped me pay for StreamYard so I can continue streaming because I was hitting my free limit. I was gonna have to cut it off at 110 today if I didn't pay for my monthly StreamYard subscription because I was on the free plan, and they maximize your amount of hours that you can stream live. And they were so nice to send me some money, and now I feel horrible. Who sent it? Was it? Because I know it was Mary, but it wasn't obviously the person it wasn't their handle isn't Mary. So was it? I want to say it was Dodo or oh, now I feel bad. I'm so sorry. I forgot who it was. And Sarah was sending me some too. We were working on it for my birthday and to keep streaming. So again, I appreciate you guys so much. Yeah, it was so nice. I have PayPal. I'm working on a Cash App. That's a whole nother story I went into. I have Chime. So, and we just found out if you have Venmo, you can send to my PayPal via Venmo. You just need my Visa Plus, which is I'm gonna put it in my bio as well. But it's just my ChristyAnn7.PayPal whatever, but with a plus sign in front of it. So we just found out you can send from from Venmo to PayPal. You don't need a PayPal, which is awesome because that means I don't have to get a Venmo too. It's just a lot of things to do when you start your own channel, I tell you. Thankfully, I'm still on my free trials with CapCut and Canva. No. Canva I already had to pay for to work on videos, but I'm still on free Chat GPT, free CapCut. I mean, it's when you start doing this, you don't realize how expensive it is. The free plans, the amount that you can use is so small when you're on the free plans. It's crazy. Yeah, he said it wasn't in September sometime, right? Hippie Chick, didn't you say he was doing one around September? I know he said he wanted to do it in March, but because of where he was going to do a different venue and then he wanted to do the Wilbur again, so then he was postponing it to like September, I think. I think that's what I heard. Most hated woman because she kicks. Oh, and here I am with my stupid tiny screen and bad eyesight. I can't tell what that is. Hold on, I'm trying to zoom in. Is that a donkey? It is a donkey, Sarah. Okay, it is a donkey because she kicks donkey. Yeah, I'm unable to do super chats because I'm not monetized yet. I have to have 500 subscribers, and I'm only at 130. Oh, he said warm weather, so like spring. Okay, well, I have to keep an eye out then. Oh, you got another terrifying troll? Gotcha. I don't have the money sign on my screen. Yeah, Katie, it's not as easy as just saying, "Hey, I want to do live. Send me super chats." I wish it was. Yeah, it's actually almost insane. Like I have to have I have to have 3,000 viewing hours and 500 subscribers to get super chats and do memberships. It's insane. But that's another reason why streaming the trials, even with just a few people here, at least it gets me towards it. And the worst part about it too is it has to be done within a certain time frame. So like you can't just I think it's 90 days for some things. Some things are up to like 120 days, but I'm pretty sure the viewing hours, the 3,000 viewing hours, has to be within 90 days. Like it's insane. They don't make it very easy. Unless you get I wouldn't even be where I'm at now if it wasn't for the Broken Baker doing what he did the other day. That's why I started crying. He had me crying. It was so sweet what he did. I didn't expect that. It was just out of nowhere. And I was so thankful. I sent him a message on Discord. I mean, it was amazing. So if anybody has extra YouTube accounts, please subscribe on more than one account so I can get up to my 500 subscribers. But for right now, I have my Chime, which is in my bio, my PayPal link, which is in my bio. And if you have Venmo, I'm going to type it in again. If anyone wants to send me a birthday present, this is my grift. I'm very bad at grifting, but I'm going to try. You're saving your tax check so you can go. That's awesome. I haven't even done my taxes yet. I've been too busy. So Morg, she goes by the Vicky verse. I think I might know Alania through. Oh, not Lana. I gotcha. Yeah, is Lana? What did they ask me yesterday? Is she the drama llama, or shit? What was that nickname they said yesterday? Because I don't know Lana. I don't watch that channel. I know her and of her from Will talking about her and people talking about her there. I watched his petty on Lana and Truth and Transparency, which I thought she's ridiculous, man. Wow. I mean, as soon as someone told me that she thought that Brian Kohlberger and Chris Watts was innocent, I knew she was insane. So. Hold on, guys. I'm going to type that in case anyone wants to send me a birthday present. My grifting. I'm going to type it in the chat. If you have Venmo, you send it to this. Hold on. So it's the plus sign. You just have to add a plus sign to my PayPal. There you go. So if you have Venmo and want to send to my PayPal until I get monetized, you can use that from Venmo to PayPal. All right. Oh, you only learned about her from Aiden? I thought she was a high school. Schoola. Yeah, I'm so bad at that Boston accent. Even when I read how people type it to read like that, I'm so bad at trying to fake accents. All right, here we go. Sean Good.
And have you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Ryan Albert, Nicole Albert, and Mr. Cave, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lang took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
What, if anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They look like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
And following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go?
At the time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in.
And again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lake ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lang, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from it?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do with it?
I wrapped it around probably the flagpole, tree, and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified to you as where Mr. O'Keefe was on Officer Sarah's?
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip, we couldn't keep it clear, and made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
And about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived back?
No more than 5 to 7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, happened then?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
Now, with respect to that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what, if anything, did you?
Okay, happy check. Have a great one.
So as Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment,
Thanks
I
for
used my
stopping
iPhone,
by.
videotaped it, and took 2 still photos.
May I approach?
Yes.
I actually don't need to. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 33 up on the screen. Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on screen as exhibit 33 before? And what do you recognize as?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower.
And
Oh my God! What if
what's
anything?
depicted on
What
the
if
screen, is that
anything?
there
What
an
if
accurate what's
anything? You're
memorialized,
driving me
on scene that day with
crazy.
respect to legal?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video. Right there. Now, with respect to using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in snow when that was used to blow away sort of the layers?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items in this video.
So that's the glass right there, and then all the blood droplings.
Thanks. Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 41 back up again. Yeah, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds in. Now, Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen? Is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Regardless, you recognize this to be?
Yes, sorry, if you just play forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry. Can you
Just play forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through to about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what, if anything, you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34 Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34 Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that area. Good, pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed that.
Right here.
Thanks. Sam, if you could just let it run through for a couple more seconds. Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, you can take it down. Now, Sergeant Good, you had spoke about as well some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. First, just if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen. What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to Exhibit number 10. Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you with Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you direct the jury's attention to where you would direct it to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow it.
Go ahead, sir. Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 28. If you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 28.
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We'd have to kick it off with our shoe, to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph, Exhibit 28 as
You
well.
kicked it
Yes.
off with your
So using the
shoe.
laser pointer before you direct the jury's attention where in this photograph that is.
Hold on a second.
Now, may I approach just to Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you with Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you direct the jury's attention to where you would direct it to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow
And
it.
again, using that photo, which is completely deceiving on how big that yard is, which is absolutely ridiculous. Ugh.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 28. If you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 28.
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We'd have to kick it off with our shoe, to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph, Exhibit 28 as well.
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer before you direct the jury's attention. to where
Nothing
in
like
this photograph
disturbing the scene and stuff with your shoes.
that is. Now, may I approach just to
Yes.
the last thing, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry. What's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
May I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
Following your time on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from there?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Camp Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which believed to be blood droplets in the snow and the piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regards to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Sergeant Lank transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Sean.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, guys. Let's see who's next. I don't mind streaming for however long you guys want to be here. So if you guys want me to continue, the next one is. Oh wait, no, this is Cross. That's right. So we're still on Sean Good, just the cross examination. All right, let's go.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No.
We've never spoken.
No.
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton?
I did.
This
You
should be
attended
good.
Canton Public Schools?
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And growing up in Canton and working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right. Well, Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was.
Here comes all the
Boston police
denial
officer who
about
lived
how
in Canton,
connected
correct?
they
Yes.
are.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owned a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes.
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Canton Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up in 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have. Yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah. We've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is a teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's
What do
a
you
brotherhood
mean,
among police
sure?
officers, correct?
To a fact.
What's
And
I
when you
mean-
meet another,
I was about to say, what's with the attitude? Of course, we know what the attitude is all about, but damn, sure. Fucking ridiculous.
another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
And in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I taught?
Oh,
Well, I'm asking
thanks,
you,
Auntie
with
Bab.
regard to
You can
the,
have that. Well, thank you very much.
the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and
What is
depending on each other.
Whitford doing that? I don't understand that. He can have that, or I'll let him have that one. Like, nothing blatant, nothing like blatantly verbalizing your bias when you say, oh, well, let him have that one. What happened to overruled and sustained?
Taught that starting in.
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
Let me just have a moment, Ron.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a,
If you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just
just
show
go
it
ahead and
to
show it to him.
sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking up the first 4 pages and direct you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
And specifically the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Do you,
Sure.
Thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is
Oh, crap. Hold on, guys.
it a,
Why don't you not ask him if he just answered what he thought it was?
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a car section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. You just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you,
Sure.
and you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct?
Mhm.
Of the Canton Police. You were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with the state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you come up for a minute? Bring that, please.
Oh, so she does know how to
Sergeant
say
Good, what was
sustained.
your
See?
understanding on February 1st of
She doesn't know how to say
2022 regarding
overruled, though. She
the
has
Canton
to say,
Police
let
Department's
him have that.
role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Okay, so you did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork. Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what the Canton Police was either allowed to do or not?
Well, he had passed away, so now no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton Police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
Homicides? No. I was involved in none.
That the department was involved in?
I can't think off the top of my head. No.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No.
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No.
Now, Sergeant Good, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
Years, over a decade?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police Station?
I worked midnights, so during that time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay. And when you say you work midnight, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes.
At 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices at the Canton?
It could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department?
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah, Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No.
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
Right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but you
He
were on
just
duty.
asked
Yes.
that, you
What was your
moron.
shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry, what was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling
Oh,
dispatch, correct?
correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
Normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m., while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Did he come into the dispatch area?
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway? We have numerous, I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30,
Bullshit.
you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up there?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
It already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
And you don't recall how close you got to him.
No.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
No. He just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No.
At any point, did he tell you why he was there?
No.
I
How long
totally
did he
agree
remain at the
more.
station for?
No idea. I only saw him come in. Never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever see him do any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is on the 2nd floor.
So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
It's just after 6 a.m.
Yes.
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
So at 6 a.m., you were responsible for taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct. But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay, who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes.
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
No, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police report says 34 Fairview.
No, it doesn't.
Now, when that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done. And you've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative, it's 34.
Oh, the face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes.
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard
Yes,
to
so.
the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you can look at it
How do you
again.
mean you guess so?
Would you read that silently to yourself and look up? at me?
32 is not the
Okay.
same as 34.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
Sean O'Keefe.
I can have that back for a minute. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes.
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch,
I did.
and you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together.
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
Okay. And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
When you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable.
Yeah. So Morg says, "Hey guys, we want to sell our house soon. Could you please not investigate in it or anything and maybe stay on the lawn? Thanks."
Event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please? Okay. Terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch there's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection.
No, I don't know where the cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
Of course not.
Whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
You never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or any other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Ms. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning?
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived
Or-
in your marked cruiser,
Or
correct?
yes.
Yes.
You had the overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
I
Correct.
would think
You were parked on
that
Fairview,
most
adjacent to
judges
Gallagher.
would be like, no, it's not sure. It's yes or no.
Residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, did you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck at Cruiser Shore.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang
Looks like
arrived in that,
trying
and
not to
Lieutenant
roll
Paul
his
Gallagher arrived
eyes.
in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional.
I know. You've made your
And
point.
also Officer Saraf's
It's
vehicle was there?
It's
Lane's
beyond
correct.
So we're
irritating.
now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all have their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Langs does
If
not
you
have any lights in
literally
it, and
study
neither did
his
Paul Gallagher.
face while
That's
he's
not activated. I believe.
testifying,
I see, so you and
Hold on.
Saraf,
he literally looks, oh, look at me. I am the pause queen. I always get him on a funny face. But he literally seems like he's trying not to roll his eyes, or he catches himself starting to roll his eyes, so then he starts blinking really fast. Oh my God. It's hysterical to look at his face.
and Mulaney had your lights on.
Correct.
And I actually miscounted, that would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right, 3 with their lights on.
Sure.
What about the ambulances?
God
There were
almighty.
2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry
Not
Roberts
sure.
even yelled
Yes.
at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Oh, yes.
All right, could I have exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
I would be like, okay, point the significant hill that's supposedly coming up. Yeah, right. Because there isn't one.
Deposit there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you were arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. I'll ask some questions after that.
Sure.
Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Can you play for another 20, 30 seconds? Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see Counsel Sidebar for just 1 second on this.
Oh, of course he would.
Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay. Yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
Correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No.
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
Correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall. No, Houston.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No.
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
Other than Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe. No.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
Wow.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
Yes.
All police officers are first responders, correct?
Yes.
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No.
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No.
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
Yes.
It was a very unique situation, correct?
Yes.
Many officers under the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Right. Well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember. No.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that. No.
Within a couple of months?
You can't recall or
Sure.
no?
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as
Oh,
you're
he's
saying,
bringing it
well,
up.
if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay. Yes.
So you answer yes or no if you can, and if you can't, you can't. So
Right.
ask the question again or just move on, please.
Okay. Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
So
No.
Auntie
Recall
Bev
who else
just had a problem
was
with
present?
Yannetti
No.
Do you recall whether it was
trying
in
to
person
get
or over the
him
phone?
to answer
recall,
the
no.
questions appropriately. Like, it is yes or no, which is something she should have been advising from the beginning. And here Yannetti has had enough of this sure bullshit. And then she tries to it makes no sense what she just did. She should have affirmed that what Yannetti said is the case. The answer is yes or no, not sure. Sure, like whatever you say.
Certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation.
He's
and
getting
also make
red
an initial
now.
determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include
Yeah,
every important
exactly,
detail in that
Katie.
report, correct?
So she's like, answer if you can. If you can't, you can't. Like, this is no big fucking deal. And everyone is there for shits and giggles. Exactly. Thank you for putting my point so nicely. When I'm tired, things don't come out the way they're going on in my head. Uh-oh, what's going on in Discord? Am I missing something? I haven't been on since I was on at like 5 minutes this morning. And making hand signals to Lally and Brennan. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's yeah. There's one time, one of them in particular in the second trial. I will show you guys if you guys are here in the second trial. There's one part in particular that I think is very suspicious. But I'm sure there's plenty more.
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
You did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back
Oh,
to
he just
potential
admitted it?
physical evidence. If you're at
He just admitted he did not hear us say that. Okay, wow, that's the first time one of them admitted that. Hold on.
evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say
He's
on
starting to
scene,
squeeze his
it's
lips
clear to
together
you
too,
that
just
I'm
like
asking
what's
you
his
about
face.
34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
You did
Correct.
not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him,
Wow.
I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting
Wow. I'm actually shocked that he didn't go in defense of the other ones who say they heard her say that but didn't report it. He just matter of factly said, yeah, correct. That you would put that in there if you heard it. So you wonder why all those others now that say, oh yeah, I heard it, but I didn't put it in my report that I wrote a couple hours later because I just forgot. They didn't purge me, did they? I hope not. Oh, hold on. I'm looking at Discord. I'm not purged. Woohoo! I'm still here. I like Garth. He put, you can't get rid of me. And he put, I'm not fucking leaving. That's so cool. Yay. Sorry. Okay, got distracted. I'm good too. Thank you. Yeah, I put in I'm still here gif. Woohoo!
getting back to potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
As we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off
Nope.
if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You took the job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall that.
You recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items?
Of course.
Large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fair, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent the crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there.
Well,
we
you're
also
good
had
on
Officer Blaney,
Discord. I
on the
saw
road.
your comment in there.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
Danny took all his wrenches on YouTube. I'm trying. Sorry, I got distracted by Discord. I wonder what happened. I don't want to discuss it on here, but I wonder if anyone knows what happened there. Huh. Can only imagine. Now that's Will had to take his wrenches. Now Danny's taking his wrenches. Like, that sucks. People are just ridiculous. I just saw your response to Terry Morg. Says, who is Morg? Never heard of him.
Recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could
I see you, Barbara.
How long was the road closed off?
Yeah.
While we were there, so those 2
That doesn't surprise
hours.
me. It's
And then after
sad,
the
you
2 hours-
know. The people are just shitholes, you know? Like, I don't understand how people are so freaking two-faced and just complete assholes sometimes in this community. Like, one day they're cool, one day they're not, the next day they want back, next day they don't. Ugh. Like, seriously. It's cool, not bad. This is standard YouTube procedure to clear out wrenches and sort things and then reinstitute some. It's just house cleaning and paring down YouTube style. Gotcha. Yeah, well, I'm learning, so I'm sure I'll get there. Thank you, Morg. Yeah, that's all I know. I'm not talking crap because he said as much. Yeah, totally. That's why I said I didn't really want to talk about it on here, but I just saw that. It's crazy that all of them have had to deal with this issue. You know, Aiden's issue with Jen Altman, and then Will, and people getting banned. It's insane. Yeah. I feel that way too. I wouldn't have time to really monitor people's chat. That's why when I made the few wrenches, gave a few people wrenches when I could on my channel, I was like, hey, do you want this? Because I know some people might not even want it, you know? Oh, Martha's got a fundraiser going on for Kelsey. Okay. All right, Katie, thank you so much for being here. Hey, wait, Katie, if you have a second, tell me what time. Is this same time tomorrow good for you guys? Like 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? Anyone who's here and thinks that's good, let me know. Maza, as soon as this goods testimony is done in about like
there was nobody guarding.
25 minutes we have left of goods cross-examination. I'm going to get off here for today. Then I'll go check out Maza. But anyone who's still here, let me know if like 10:15, between 10 and 10:30 tomorrow works for you guys, like it did today.
Scene, would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No,
That crime scene was open to the public.
correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay, so I guess leave the tent out of it. None
Okay.
of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's
Yeah.
particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered
Your
by,
FOMO, yeah.
Detective Sergeant
I
Lane.
have that now and then, but for the most part, like, especially now that I'm starting my own channel, like I used to feel that way if I missed Will the Glare and Aiden's and Rat House. I try not to miss them at all. They're the ones I want to watch live all the time. But like the other night when I was streaming, I didn't know that Danny was going live, and by the time I joined, I was like, damn, I missed so much already. So I get it. I've been looking for the rules, regulations, and guidance for blue people since Danny knighted me. Sorry, now I'm distracted reading. You're good, Sarah. You have a wrench for me. So listen, Sarah, you behave now, or else you're going to lose being a blue person in mine, okay? Okay. Sarah, did you join my Discord? Yes, you did. I just wanted to check. That's right. You're the one that did the knighting. That was so cute. If I get blocked here, I know who did it. Yep. Yeah, duh. Swing. You guys are awesome.
The report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name.
Oh,
first
Morg,
and
you
last
didn't
is
know we
spelled
had
out
Discord
except for one,
rules? Shame
correct?
on you.
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2, counsel. And I just
Thank
have
you.
to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
You guys
Did
are
you do that
cracking
report?
me
Does that
up.
refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Yeah, right. I don't believe that for a
You
second.
know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section, except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach.
Yes.
This is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
Take your time with it, sir. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What I'm talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Good, Sarah. You guys are
So
awesome.
with regard to Brian Higgins, his
Want to
home
help
address
and
was
make
not listed
jokes
on there,
with
correct?
chit-chatting
Correct.
rats. Yep.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
Oh, you were never
And what
shooting
is,
the rules,
uh,
Barbara? You know
Significant
what?
about that address?
Neither
That's the
was
town
I,
code.
so I just make up my
It's the
own
Town of Canton
rules.
Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Wait, Brian
now,
Higgins'
I also wanna
address
ask you
was
something
listed
else.
as the. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. See, now I'm distracting myself. I'm missing part of this. What?
That refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
So not
Who was
only
that?
was his
Brian
name
Albert.
not spelled out, his address was listed
Did you
as the police department.
Omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
You know who Colin Albert
No,
is?
Barbara.
I
We
know
don't
that
want
he
to be
is son's,
Suppo.
Chris Albert's son.
And Suppo 2 and 3 and
And so
4 and
therefore he was
5.
Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section, except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach.
Yes.
This is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
Take your time with it, sir. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington
For
Street.
Higgins, yeah.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
What
Now,
the hell?
Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can,
Do you hold on? Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Mr. Yannetti? Yes, sure. Go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed the document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it, and please look up at me when you're done.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF,
Correct.
and this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we come to sidebar now?
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan you put up to it, unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out. And to get out of the sally ports, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so
Yes,
these
sorry.
last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained? In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that.
And do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed it.
You've never accessed it. Okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look to make sure that.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach Justice to that?
Yes.
Before you now took the stand today, did you?
Mark,
go
I
over your
just sent
report?
you a friend
My police
request
what?
on
Yes.
Discord, so I can invite you
Were
to
you
my
looking for anything
Discord if you're
specific?
interested.
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
A few minutes?
Sure. Yes.
Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
No.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of the first name, right?
Yes.
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Blank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay, and so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Ms. Roberts, Ms. Reed, and Ms. McCabe that morning.
But the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
I
Yes.
just sent you
You
an
don't want to
invite link.
mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Can I see P and Q for identification, please? May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you first P for identification. You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes.
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
Yes.
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
Yes.
call 22-449,
Yes.
date and time reported January 29th to 22 at 6:08,
Yes.
and report date and time was January 29th to 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes. I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes.
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
Correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay. I don't know.
So regardless of when those 2 face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No,
At P? Yes. P? Yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
All right. Those two documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions if you don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Can I see those, please?
Okay, I've placed a photo before you, Sergeant. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton?
Yes.
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
On the second face sheet that you gave me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay. And Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Fairview, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as Exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you previously identified as your reports. Or report, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sergeant Good, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
Yes.
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
Yes.
The identical date and time reported, correct?
Yes.
The identical report date and time, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the identical officer.
Yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October, the major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo with the piece of taillight that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
My report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that your writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So, Sergeant Good, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regard to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had to guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
No, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lang, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that in regard to?
It was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank, was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. But I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time to clear off the windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day in the afternoon, what if anything did you observe about the snowfall at that point?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned,
What does it matter
was
what
shown
the
and what you've
snow
seen,
was
has there been
later
any
that
change
day?
as
He
far
was
as
already
your
gone and taken to the
narrative
hospital.
in reference to
Who gives a shit?
who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a
You
bunch of
already
questions
didn't
about what you
secure
call
the scene. You
a
didn't
face
do
sheet. Can you explain
anything
to the jury
right.
sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of the report.
Oh, so you're trying
You
to
were
say
told
it's
to
no
ignore the
big
date
deal,
there,
Allie,
correct?
that there
Correct.
was such
And so what, if any,
misinformation?
significance
Just
would
like
the
on
dates
the-
that they were printed have in relation to what's on
The log sheet?
So
Mhm.
in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report, and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be different?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo, and now there's a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
Nothing further now.
Okay,
If I might,
very briefly.
you had just talked about
Of course, you're
how
gonna give them
Tim
a
Albert
time
was
limit
charged
very
as a result
briefly.
of the
You should be able to
investigation
ask
that he did years
everyone.
ago, correct?
Yes.
Hi,
The evidence in
Barbara.
that case,
Thank
you would agree
you.
with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
Leaving the scene. Yes.
We're
Sure.
echoing each other. Yeah.
Sergeant Lank actually was able to
Have a
follow the
great
trail
one.
of fluid from
See you
the accident
tomorrow
scene
if you
right to
come
34 Fairview, correct?
and visit.
Yes.
And Tim Albert admitted that he
Or I'm sure I'll see
got
you in the
nervous and left
chats
scene,
later.
correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that.
All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're done with Sean Good anyways. Okay. So that's going to be it for me today. Tomorrow we are going to start with who is coming up after this Sean Good. So we got, where are we at? Michael Link.
Thank you.
So we got a good one tomorrow starting us off. So we got Michael Link tomorrow. We got Lieutenant Charles Ray. Another Michael. I don't see the last name. Don't know who that is. We got Katie Camerano, Kurt Roberts, because these are shorter testimonies. Rebecca Trayers will probably get through. And then Karina Kolakithis. And then if we are streaming and everyone wants to, we'll get through Chris Albert. All right, guys. I'll probably do around the same time tomorrow, sometime between 10:30, maybe 11. I'd like to start earlier because then when we get into the afternoons, other people start streaming that I want to watch and that. So I will see you guys all tomorrow morning if you're able to stop in and bring some levity to this ugly ass trial that we got going on. I wish you all the best of Saturdays and see you later. Bye. Bye, Mork. Thank you.